All right, let's do it. Okay. 3, 2, 1. Hey, this is Daniel Feldroy, and this is Codecast number 6. Let's do it. All right, the first thing I'm going to do is I'm really big on this screen, and I'm going to shrink myself down to a corner so that way you can actually see the code. Today, I'm going to be working on writing portions of and editing material inside of Two Scoops of Django. So there'll be some research, there'll be some actual writing of test code to make sure that I understand things correctly, or not that I understand things correctly, but that I can explain things correctly, because typically I tend to write about things I understand. At least within the books. On my blog, sometimes you might see me write about stuff that I've learned at the time. Okay, so let's get into this. So I have just, for those of you who don't know Two Scoops of Django, it is our book of best practices, and it's been around for over 7 years now, which is crazy. This is the 5th edition. It's for Two Scoops of Django 3.x, so it applies for 3.0, 3.1, and 3.2. Okay, so the first thing that I want to deal with is one of the things that I've been seeing a lot. This is a theme going around, and I've actually dived into resolving the theme, is custom user models. And this is chapter 22, so I'm going to render the book with it. When I do test renders to see how formatting is, I tend to only do portions of the book. And the reason why is, and you're going to see this at the bottom of the screen, it's using LaTeX to render, and it just takes time for it to build the PDF version of the site. And for those of you who are academics or old school programmers, yes, Two Scoops of Django is written in LaTeX. It is handcrafted LaTeX. We have tried to convert it to other tools, Markdown and restructure text, but there's enough customization that to make a parser render it in an acceptable way for us is an enormous amount of work, and we found it's easier to just continue writing it in LaTeX. So 500 plus pages of LaTeX. Okay, so the point is that right now, for what I see happening a lot of time in discussion groups and forums is people ask, how do I add different types of users? And I see different implementations, and they work, but some of them are more fragile than others, and I like to keep things simple. Not simplistic, but simple. The solution that we found works best for this kind of thing, or any type of thing where you need different ways of showing things, is through proxy models. Yesterday, I released I'll point you to the YouTube video. Yesterday, I released a YouTube video of myself and a brief appearance by Audrey demonstrating how to implement multiple user types. Oops, come on. Okay, so I'm gonna post a link to that here in my stream. Let's see if I can grab that. Okay, so that is okay. There we go. So we have it. So that is what I did, and I've had a number since I put these to-dos in the book, which is adding a user type field or handling multiple user types. We've had a lot of people ask for like how this is actually done within the book. So what I want to do is I want to have it in both the book as well as in the videos. Okay, so here we have, we're going to open, just see what the chapter looks like in general. It's been a little while. Custom user fields for Django projects. Okay. Here we go. So this refers to it one-to-one, which is ideal because this is how we're doing it. Okay, and these are with profiles. Yeah, so we are going to do this. Now we could do this off of, actually we have to do it off of the linking back from a related model. Okay, so let's do it. So and then we're gonna have adding extra data fields. Okay. In your, so I'm gonna open up. I think if I go to examples, spy book, that's what it's called. Hold on. I think it'd be better if I do code examples. What? Oh, I know what happened. Code spy book users models. Okay, there we go. So this is what I did creative for that video. I'm gonna go back to where I was. Okay, let's close some of this stuff, just making it easier for me to refer to it. So what I did is I added in the video, I added a type field. I've decided this is okay. Even this technically, in a way, it overrides the Python built-in word of type. It's a reserved word. It doesn't break things, and I've seen enough examples in other places that I believe it's okay. Emotes, yeah, that's what we're trying to get to that. That's something we do want to provide at some point. We're trying to get books out too. But yeah, we're definitely gonna do that. Hey, Skyfarce, by the way, good to see you. Thank you for the reminder. So if you, yeah, okay. So here I'm using just a character field, but you can certainly use a foreign key, so that way if you want to define extra ones. But I actually think that foreign keys are not the right approach to take. I think that if you want to have it be a bit more dynamic where you can define them, you might as well go full on to groups with many to many. So I'm actually fine with this. And then for us, how's our user models defined? So we have a eater profile model. That is how we have this eater profile. And here we have, this is interesting because it shows how to extend it multiple times. So we almost already have it. So we have scooper profile and inventor profile. Excellent. This is actually awesome. And I will show you why. So in your, just add a user type field. There's two primary ways of doing this. You add a user type field combined with proxy. Add a user type field. Plus proxy models. There we go. Okay, so so what we can do is we're going to copy and paste this. Again, So the only problem with this is that it, how's this? Is my voice okay? Oops, don't want to spill water. Just trying to, okay, but now you can't see my face. There's got to be a way to do this. Okay, if it's to the side, how does that work? Because I don't want to hide my handsome mouth and chin. How's that? Can you see me? Can you hear me okay? Okay, so begin Python. Okay, and oops, I thought I brought that over. And then we have if we look at this, we have a scooper, and we also have an inventor. So class types. I'm still not quite used to this setup. It's going to be better once I get used to it. Okay, so add, oh, I see. This is not what I want, actually. So we have eater, scooper. Okay, so we have to add one more. Scooper. Can't remember my hotkeys. And since this isn't actually a Python parser that that VS Code is using, it's using a LaTeX parser, so I don't get code completion in my Python. I guess it is what it is, right? So we're going to assume that the default is the eater. So add a user type field. In the user model, simply add a choices field distinguishing between types of users. This allows for permission checks across a Django project. For role checks across a Django project. There we go. So this is a right, and then this approach assumes that users that different roles have the same data and methods available to them. Okay, so we're gonna do that. Okay, so here but see, this is gonna be after the code example, which is gonna be confusing. In this approach, okay, so I know this is where I put it. This approach assumes that different roles have the same data and methods available to them. In the user model, there we go, that works. And let's just make sure there's no unnecessary word. This assumes that this assumes different roles have the same, so I can get rid of this, that. This approach assumes different roles have the same data methods available to them. In the user model, add a choices field distinguishing between types of users. Note that we don't use Boolean fields, multiple Boolean field. This would be inline code. Don't rely on multiple Boolean field fields in, that's gonna look funny, a Boolean multiple on the multiple use of Boolean field to control roles. That approach works only in limited circumstances and breaks and becomes confusing as a site grows in size and complexity over time. Better to use a single field to denote, that's to control the role of a user. Furthermore, the approach we're demonstrating, the approach we're using, relies on a car field. In practice, we tend to use code foreign key relations. Is the text big enough? There. Foreign key relations to, in practice, we tend to use foreign key relations to a role model or just model. If users need multiple roles, then we will either make that a inline code many to many field, or that a many field, or lean on Django's built-in group system. The disadvantage of the group of using Django's built-in group system is the sparing documentation for it. Okay, so that's pretty good. Okay, so now we're going to add proxy models. Okay, so if a and then let me eventually a user role might need, actually not might, let's it is typical for different types, different types of users to have different methods, definite and properties. For example, a scooper would have a inline code scoop ice cream method, and an eater would have a inline code, and that would have a eat, consume consume, there we go, method. Here's we also want to make querying for those, for different types of users to be as easy as possible. It is another challenge, or we also want to make querying for just one type of user to be as obvious and explicit as possible. It is easy to forget to include a filter on a type of user, granting them access to views to things they should not have. Fortunately, proxy models makes implementing this easy. The use of, actually we can get rid of the use of. We want to, so one of the things that the approach that we take, because we borrow heavily from Strunk and White, is we want to get rid of unnecessary words. So you'll often see me review back over things, to make sure what words can I be taken out of here, or we don't lose the meaning. That by doing that, by keeping our stuff concise, our books are concise. You can get through them quickly, and you're not having to parse out text. This is also a good sales point for people with whom English is not a first language. So we can watch this. Let's also make querying for just for types of users. See how I'm reducing it and I'm not losing the meaning of the sentence. This is really important because remember, technical books, including Two Scoops of Django, get dry. I mean, this is part of why we have art in the books, is to account for that. Okay, so let's also make querying for types of user as obvious and explicit as possible. It is easy to forget to include on a type of view, granting them access to things they should not have. Proxy models makes implementing this easy. We may change that sentence. So now we'll go back to the Python. In our file names, module, underneath the user model, Python. We're going to end this. And I just realized with this right here, I didn't put in all of the Python. No, Huh. Oh, I didn't put in the title. That's right, because Two Scoops of Django, I have to put in the title. That is how our thing works. So this will not build. So title, add a user type, a choices based user type field. We title case it. We actually are really religious about title casing in Two Scoops of Django. Okay, so I'll come back to this. All right, so let's go back to what I did, just because it's a example that I know absolutely don't work. Okay, and we're gonna change this to eater manager, and now we have an eater model. And so one of the things is that we're gonna get to this profile right here, but not quite yet. So we have our eater profile. We're gonna have a consume, and then you can how do you do that finite? So finite singularity just said that we can set up LaTeX to auto title case figure and code section titles. I would love to be able to do that. Just it would make things look better. Consume self dot scoops minus 1. And then we're also going to okay. Oh, what proxy? The power of proxy models is that they they don't create new tables. Wonder if I can make this simpler. So if user types this, and then I wonder if I can make this a bit generic. I'm just thinking this through for a second. So we have type is eater. I think I'm just going to leave this be, and we may touch on a better. What I'm looking for is a way where we could get rid of this and just put this, like have like set an attribute, say like proto, this isn't the right word, so I don't know if this will work. I'll have to explore it where I could do like and then we just pass in the value. But I think I'm getting ahead of myself. I think first, actually what I can do is, why don't we test it out? We have this right here. So for example, if I put in my user model, so this is the user model right here. I'm going to shrink this down a little bit so everyone can see. Okay, so if I do like, we're going to change this to be base type equals, let's actually, base type equals types, and we'll just leave it at types.spy. Okay. And then if we actually override the save method, oh my god, this would be so awesome if this works. Okay, so this would be self.base type. This might work, or I might be getting something wrong. So hold on, let me just, I want to comment this out, not get rid of it. And then here, this would be self dot, or maybe it's just base type. It's not finding it in this scope. So we're going to have to play around with, try this out a few times. I thought because, okay, let me actually, what I'm going to do is, okay, so this is the model. So this is where I save. So, and then if I, okay, good. So it's saved, and now manage shell plus. We're gonna see if this works. It'll be so awesome if it does. So first we're gonna try it with a regular user.objects.create. So one of the fun things is that sometimes with Two Scoops of Django writing it, we like discover neat ways of doing things. When I wrote the get env var method in late I can't remember, was that 2013, early 2013 or late 2012? That was the one time I got one over on Malcolm Tredenick. I was like trying to come up with like a repeatable way of grabbing those values. And so I wrote that method up, and he was like, hey, you're using improperly configured. You can't import anything into a Django settings file from Django itself. But I had read in the docs that yes, not only could, but it was like one of the few things. Well, actually, no, you're not supposed to do it, but improperly configured, that exception is designed to be imported in there. So I got one over on him. He was a close friend and mentor, a really great guy. He passed away too young. Yeah, sad. Okay, so email equals test2@example.com. Okay, so now Joe is, if I look up Joe, if I do spy.objects.filter, so Joe is a spy. So that is because the default is, wrong thing for the default. Hold on. Excuse me. Okay. So now what I want to do is I want to try and here under I'm looking at the wrong thing again. Okay, so here in this terminal, actually, you know what I should do, because this is just going to be confusing. I should open a new terminal, and I'm going to, this one I'm going to DCC or examples, spy book, and then I'm going to virtual ems. This is Django examples. Activate. Okay, so now I can open. Oh, whoops, that not where I wanted. So I can pick out a particular file and open it. And that should be, yes. Okay, excellent. So now I have both. This is what I use to build the book, and then this is what I use to test things out. So let's test it out real quick. So strings, that's it. Okay, finite singularity. When I get back to writing this up, I will we'll try and install that method, and then I think Fabio's on. So and if not, I'll because whenever we add a new package to our Docker stuff that builds it now, like there's a way to do it. It's not just installing it on OS X, which is what I've done in the past. Okay, so now I have spy.objects. Actually, hold on. I need to add here under spy, I have to add a base type. and the base type is going to be, in this case, it is going to be user type, user dot there we go, types dot spy, and then we're going to do the same with the driver. This is an even better pattern because it just means that we have less in the way of code. I'll take one line over multiple. But I thought I was using black. How do I? Hold on, I'm moving this. Okay, so oh my god, this just keeps popping up. Okay, so let's exit there. All right, so we know that the default will work with spies. Now we're gonna try with drivers. So driver.objects, driver, that's why it's not code completing. So driver.objects.all. My wife is our driver. And okay, so username is let's see, what's the username? We're gonna go with Joe3. Email is joe3@e.com, and that should work. Look at that. So this approach absolutely works. I can get rid of all this code right here. This is awesome. Come on, how do I? Alright, fine. I'm just gonna install you so you stop bugging me. Is that on? Okay. Okay, so while it's doing that, okay, so what we want to do is back here in Two Scoops of Django, we have eater manager and eater. First, in our model, add a whatchamacallit, a inline code base type property. The base type property. Okay, and then if we look at this, what we did is we put it right underneath. So let's grab perfect. Types dot eater. Okay. And extend the built-in So what this is showing is that we have default users created without a type. Users created without a type. What's the best way? Ensures that proxy creating new users through proxy models doesn't break works. So we turn that negative of doesn't do X, Y, or Z into it works. If a new model, new user, set the type based off the base type property. The users, this might be too long, but we'll see. Sometimes we have to go back and clean up the comments that we put in, just because of line wrapping and stuff like that. Okay, so now that we have this here, we have eater manager. We have to put in a, we have to set the base type. So base type equals user dot types dot eater. So what I'm gonna do is, rather than explain all of this in the text underneath, what this means is I can people can see inline code comments. Excuse me. Okay. This sets the user type to eater during user creation. Ensures that queries against the eater model return only eaters. Setting proxy to true means a table will not be created for this record. This only eaters get to actually eat the ice cream. Scoopers, eaters. Scoopers and inventors don't get to don't get to eat any ice cream. Okay. All right. As mentioned in the comments, proxy models don't add fields. What they do create is references to a model object on which we can hang custom managers, methods, and properties. This example, the example queries below will show the power of this approach. Actually, I think in this, because the default is eater, it doesn't really show this. Also, I think inventor, we're just going to, oh, that was bad. Inventor. So we want the query to be there, and then inventor user setting only inventors get to invent new flavors. Okay, and then invent. Oh, ooh, this is cool. Let's see. We have. Wow, I don't know what to put here. Let's see. Magical custom logic goes here. Okay, that's what we do. We just do a comment. Return delicious. Okay, so that I think that'll work. Adding the inventor proxy model. Okay, so title is showing the power of proxy models, demonstrating. Oops. And then in this case, what we're going to do is we're going to look over here at, okay, perfect. So we have, if I grab a spy, and I think this is me. Yep, this is me. So I think the method that I have, what method do spies, customs methods? I think I have a whisper. Oh yeah, so but a driver on the other hand has an accelerate. So if I do spy dot accelerate, so it gives an attribute error. Perfect. So we're gonna do this. So demonstrating user dot objects dot count, and this might have, let's see, we'll just do because everyone likes ice cream, so we're gonna have 300. There we go. That's a good number of people to want to eat ice cream, and then we'll just make up some numbers. There, looks a bit more realistic. And then we're gonna do in shell from users dot models import user inventor dot objects dot count 3. Okay, user dot objects dot get username equals let's see, we'll do Uma Feldroy. Put that in. Okay, that's right. So then I think let's see. So we'd have user equals, and then we're going to do, change this up a little bit, inventor equals. Okay, so now once we have this in place, we have UMA, user.invent. And if we look at the error that we had over here, oops, was I looking at the right thing that I wanted? Yes. So we had an attribute error, and then inventor dot invent, and if we okay, so let's add comments to this. Okay. 300 million users, but only 3 inventors. Okay. Calling the user, calling someone as both a user and an inventor. And then using calling a method that's only for inventors. Okay, I think this is pretty straightforward. I want to, before I get too much further, I want to render the book. Let me just make sure that, okay, I'm gonna get rid of some of this stuff. Okay, so make the PDF, and while it's building, I'm gonna keep working because it's gonna be building for a couple minutes. Okay, so inline field. Oh, inline field is not something. Okay, let's inline group. I thought I fixed the inline. Inline code. Scoop ice cream. That should work. It's inline code, right? Okay, so something weird's happening. This is part of the fun of working with LaTeX. And it says, all right, so what is going on here? Oh, I know why. Because this. I have to escape underlines in LaTeX. Is there another scoop ice cream in here? Nope, it's not there, so base type property. I love LaTeX, but man, sometimes it just drives you nuts. Because, yeah, LaTeX doesn't like unescaped. Oh, and we have another base type. I think I got all of them, so I'm not sure what's going on here. Ugh. Oops. So I'm really liking how, I'm still not used to it yet, but I am starting to really like the fact that I don't have this microphone thing here and other things holding up the tiny little stand that I had. Okay, let's see what we have. We have our tables. Let's get to thumbnails so we can more easily see where we're going. Oh, maybe we should get rid of the appendices. Dealing with the user model. So at the end of this chapter. All right, let's blow it up a little bit, because if I am having trouble seeing it, that means it's got to be really really bad for you. Okay, look at that. Okay, so I think the first thing that I want to do is break this line up a little bit, because see this carriage return, that is something I actually want to avoid in code. It's actually doing this for me, and on the one hand it's nice, on the other hand it means that people will try to enter this carriage return thing. So let's add that, and we actually will put this all here, and then if a new user the new user based off the, okay, so we have that. Okay, and again, see this query set for the inventor manager, we have the same problem where we have an extra carriage return in there. Let's address that. Wow, that is like this long thing. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm going to results equals, and then return results. Yes, now you see sometimes why why sometimes we add intermediate variables like this. It is so we don't have carriage returns in our book. All right, so inventors, so we'll see if we can reduce ensures queries against, on, not against, but on the return only inventors. We'll capitalize. Okay, and then our next one is where it says this record setting proxy true means disable will not created for this record. Okay, and then now let's look at our code examples. Okay, perfect. I think now it's gonna look really, really good. As this approach allows us to query against users in the proxy model approach gives us multiple types of users without creating a new user table or being forced to make dramatic changes to Django's user, the Django to to dramatically extend line code Django.contrib auth in such a way that we can't use third-party libraries. That there is an inline code that there are that we can add proxy models can have their own model managers, means that we can have very explicit queries. This compare these two code examples. You can have more explicit queries. This helps prevent mistakes in granting permission. Compare these two code examples for clarity. Bad code, Python, and then title is, yeah, I agree with you. Yeah, so Matharoni, this is the new mic. I had it on a stand in front of me, held up with these books, because I had this tiny little microphone stand. What I found, actually Audrey found for me in the garage, is this microphone stand that we had from a few years ago. And what's awesome about it is that it means that I have all this like screen real estate or desk real estate right in front of me. So I'm really enjoying it. And the other thing, just so everyone knows, since we're talking about my setup, I am not. Oh wow! Look, I'm getting bigger. Ah, ooh, ah. The other thing is I moved in from the garage. It's getting hot, and while I don't mind heat so much, our daughter, she's not quite used to the heat the way Audrey and I are, and if I'm in the garage and I have the air conditioning on, which is what we need, because now we're hitting the hot days of summer, then the air conditioning unit, like there's the big fan and stuff like that, so it's blasting, and even no matter what I do, it will pick up on the microphone. So by moving inside, while I don't get the fresh air, my little girl gets air conditioning. And also the blue screen behind me looks it's easier to lay out here against the wall. So that's another approach. But I do kind of miss being in the garage. So less the filter approach to the user model queries. Oh, it's bad Python, I think. Oh, hold on. I'm begin and bad Python. Actually, we'll just do which query is less likely. I need to think of it. So we're going to have user.objects.filter, and then we have type equals user.objects, user.types.inventor, inventor.objects.filter. There. What would be the phrase there? Which query is less likely to? I don't want. I want to have it be a positive. So something like how proxy models are more. Proxy model queries can be, I'm trying to think of the right term there. Proxy models can be more concise, explicitly calling filtering on inventor type. So adding extra data fields. This is going to be good. May have water. I didn't have my vitamins today, so bear with me while I take my vitamins. Wow, I feel so much better after taking that vitamin. I feel almost like full of power and strength, and just like I'm totally ready to control everything. Oh, wow, look what the vitamin did. Okay, let's get back down to size. I like that. I'm gonna have to play with this. Maybe in my if I'm gonna be doing these tutorials online, maybe I'll play around with that because it's kind of funny. Thank you, Vinicius Farayev. I really appreciate it. Also, LC Martinez, if you're there, I do appreciate the follow. I think you're on here a while ago. Oh, and Box of Ninjas. That's an awesome name, Box of Ninjas. Okay, so let's add. There are 2 ways to handle extra data fields for different user types. Begin there are 3 ways actually. So, and those, I'm going to do some markdown really fast. Okay, so one is put them all in the user model. That's number 1. 2 is in the user model. Okay, use 1-to-1 fields. What was the third? I was just about to say there was 3. Use 1-to-1 fields to associated models. Actually, I know what it is too. Use as separate fields. Use a JSON field, and use 1-to-1 fields to associated models. But see, I find this really flawed. I don't think this is a good idea at all because of the loss of constraints. So for this, we're going to have a warning box. Okay, so so there are two ways we've found there are two ways to handle extra different field. Begin, itemize, or enumerate. Oops. Wow, that was cool. I'm going to try that again. Enumerate. But it just, it completed that for me, but then it didn't. Sometimes LaTeX, you really drive me nuts. Okay, so item, put all the fields in the user model. Actually, no. So the problem with this, and I've seen this, is sometimes you might have, let's say if you're using this student and teacher thing, sometimes you might have things that apply for students and not for teachers, and so then you have to have like student notes and teacher notes. So we'll put all the fields in the user model. Second one is use inline code one-to-one field relations to profile models as described in previous. I think this is, I'm going to go to option 3, linking back from a related model. That's what it is. So it's example 1.6. So as described in, let's see, that is, I just saw it, 1.6. It is this. So this is what we're looking for. And what I need to do is I need to add a label here so I can link back to it. I think it's label chap. Actually, it says sub because for subsection, and then linking back from related model. Perfect. Okay, so now all the way to described in mega ref. So this is creating a link back to that page. So before I get much further, let's build the book. Just make sure we haven't screwed things up. So Joey, how good is your LaTeX? I know you're still doing some academia. I believe you're still, oh, that's not good. Not good at all. Oh, okay. So let's get rid of this. Yeah, I'm really happy with this base this base thing that I figured out, because it really makes these proxy models tighter and easier to understand. Removes duplication of code. In fact, it almost makes me wonder if we could do something similar with, if we had like a whole bunch of different user types, we could have a base manager that we lean on. I think I'm not gonna get into that. I'm not gonna explain that in the book. It's one of the things that we try to do in the book is when we talk about don't repeat yourself. Because we are providing working code examples, it's important that we avoid too much abstraction. Sometimes, and someone just wrote an article about it, sometimes it is better to have repetition than bad abstractions. And there's a lot to be said about that. I know with tests, anytime I see tests that require me to really dig into how the test is written because of abstraction, it always just wigs me out. Okay, so awesome. So now use one as described and it links them back to the chapter. Perfect. Okay, and then right, so let's get back to here. Put all the fields in the base user model. This approach is simple, but may require can result in the user table, but with enough users can and the user table slowing down. Users and user specific data. I would stick with Word or Google Docs rather than LaTeX, unless you need to be outputting PDF. You know, LaTeX is hard and it takes up some mental bandwidth to write in it. I mean, trust me, it does. Okay. We're going to the first it can also result it is possible to mix different to accidentally there's risk. There is risk. There is significant risk, even without performance considerations in mind. There is significant risk of data inappropriate data shared being held by the wrong user type. So I'll probably have to reword that a little bit. Someone will ask a question, but let's move on. Let's see. Begin warning box. Don't use. Let me make sure I'm doing the warning box right. Oops. Okay. It's been a while since this is what you get when you have two different ways of warning box. Don't use JSON field to store JSON fields to store different user. Actually, we're gonna let me think about that. We're gonna put in that warning. We have had, let's see, let's go to here's how to connect a user model. Here's how to connect custom user models, or here's how to combine linking back from a related model with proxy models. Here's our preference is to the first option, to link back and combine with proxy models. Excellent. Okay, so here's how we do it. Okay, and then over here, I'm gonna go up to this one. Yeah, this I think is where it installed black, so I'm gonna get rid of this. Okay, so here, okay, so I was playing around with, not playing around, I was prepping for doing another short tutorial, this time for this particular thing. Here what we have is, did I actually get this in place? Yeah, we have driver extra. So what I'm gonna do is, I think there is an inventor. We link back to an inventor profile. Okay. Okay, perfect. So we have this. Let's go down here. Using the inline code inventor from, let's see where we actually picked this up. So we have inventor profile. Okay, so we have custom user profile examples. That is not what we want though. What we want is the section. That's a use case, internal project needs, use case. Oh, so it is again this. So we can just use megaref again. Okay, so from you want me to hold her? Okay. I can walk her to sleep if that's helpful. Okay. My daughter's really sleepy. Okay, so in our inventor model, going back to our inventor model, okay, so if you look here, what we do is this is interesting. Oh, you know what? I want to do code code spybook users models. Okay, so this, let's see if I can put it. Hold on. Okay, so this is what we have been playing with. This is the new one. This is what I was playing with before. And what I did is I added this property. And so here what we can do is we can do the same thing. We can go back to our really tightly defined inventor model, okay, and so we have class user. I'm gonna get rid of all of this, and then we're gonna define a property def extra and I think let's just return really quick. Okay, so driver extra, so this will be inventor profile. And I know it's going to be inventor profile because when you use one-to-one relations, this is the field that it creates. Going back to our, let's add references to the user profile to using all the profile models from here. Assuming the models assume, actually we're not going to assume because that's going to be hard to explain. Okay, so we have inventor, we have scooper, and then we also have heater. Let's see if we can condense this. Every line in the book counts. Okay, I'm doing 3 of these so that way the reader can see now all the no matter the user type, the data from the 1-to-1 relationship can be accessed thus. The data, not the data, the profile profile be XSS. So we're gonna do begin itemize is how we create a list in Two Scoops of Django. reader objects first extra. Actually, we'll just do reader.extra dot. And then I need to go back up here and look at what these, so we've eater profiles, favorite ice cream. I'm gonna just, hold on, so favorite ice cream, so I don't have to go back up and down. We have flavors invented, and then scoops scooped. Perfect. So favorite ice cream, scooper, scoops, scooped. And actually this is in the wrong order because I'm going to do it in the order that they are created, and then flavors invented. I think I'm going to move that there. It's a little bit more comfortable. Oh, so it looks like there's been a discussion going on with LaTeX. All right, so wow, deep discussion between Matharoni and finite singularity. For me, I find using Markdown is my preference. But you know, we're all individuals. We all get to choose what we like the most, except for, yeah, I mean, yeah. So finite singularity is talking about a pretty significant bit of code. Two Scoops of Django 1.5, and I think we had it running through 1.6, so it actually run tests against all the code we had. And so when we build it, it would run the tests, and then if we had broken code, it would like notify us, and that got crazy hard to maintain, and we were spending more time maintaining that than we were actually working on it. So for Two Scoops of Django 1.8, we're like, nope, we're not doing that anymore. But yeah. And what's interesting is we didn't have significantly more bugs in the code, like the Python code in Two Scoops of Django. Partly because in a lot of cases we're doing odd things or showing segments, and also how do you test on this, right? Like we couldn't do this, and then setting up individual projects for all of these, and we already had, you know, for 1.6 I think we're at like 30 chapters, so it was just so much work. So let's build the book real quick. I'm gonna get some more water. Be right back. Oh no. Did I miss a All right, I'm back. So nuts building. Uh, um, the we really like this approach. It is easy to remember that custom data is stored in the code extra property, that the relation to the other table, to the profile table, is accessible via there. However, the inline actually warning box, the extra property approach breaks down let's do, however, this approach doesn't work if users can have more than one role, in which case actually, why wouldn't it work? It would work. It would just work, period, even with multiple user types, because as long as they're instantiated as a really blank, as long as they're instantiated as an eater, scooper, or an inventor, it should work. So I don't know where I'm going with this. So this it even works with using many. I've only used it. It's funny. It's super embarrassing, but I've only used this approach with foreign key relations because because I thought it didn't work, but it does. It even works with using any relation, using with architectures that embrace, that allow users to have more than one role. Okay, that was awesome. So the one thing I want to do is we need to index this. So index proxy models, and then let's see. We also covered the use case of through proxy models. The subsection, additional reading on proxy models. Okay, so begin, itemize, additional resources on proxy models. Let's see, official docs, and then also my YouTube videos. Woohoo! Videos. And I should also do Victor Freitas's Simple is better than complex article. Simple is better than complex. And I'm going to linkify these in just a second. All right. So finite singularity. Are you also a mathematician like Joey, or what's your background? Proxy models are something typically used sparingly, as they can confuse, they can sparingly as complex implementations can confuse, can be confusing. However, under the right circumstances, they are incredibly useful. So official docs, let's pull that up. Okay, new Django proxy model. Awesome. So, but with this, I have to create a bit.ly link. Although there's a use case. Okay. Actually, I wonder what happens if I do 3.1. There we go. That way, the one less link to update, right, Fabio? I don't know if he's here. I can't see who's actually in my channel right now. Can I update a link? Okay, so I can edit. I can't. Well, I can't. As far as I can tell, I can't edit a link. I don't think so. Is there? I know, actually, didn't they used to have something like Django Django link shortener to docs? No, I'm not sure. Hold on. This is like, there we go. Yeah, I'm not sure where that would be. Yeah, if anyone finds it, that would be nice. If we could have like a hard link to. Also, well, actually, we can't use that because when Django 4 comes out, it's going to be confusing for people unless it allows us to specify the version. So I think documentation, proxy models, and I'm gonna put my YouTube video on it first. So let's pull that up. Oh my god, I haven't played bridge building sims in ages. I actually played like the first one that was popular. This was like, oh my god, it was late 90s or about middle of the 90s, and it was just so mind-blowing. Daniel Feldroy created a video tutorial actually didn't create a video tutorial on this topic. Okay, and then what we do is we chop this off. This is what we do. Okay, and here you're gonna see something fun that we do. Oh, I did this backwards. Hold on. This gets chopped off. This gets included. This is where they go. This is what they, and then the latter one is where they see. We cut off the HTTPS. The reason for that, the reason why we provide the link is because when this goes to print, people need to be able to see that. Wow, that is like really, really gnarly. There's no way that anyone's going to be able to access that. So let's bitlify that too. Yeah, I used to have a link shortener, but that I've had several that I've written, but we went to Bitly this year just to, you know, reduce our workload. I wonder if I can edit it. How do I edit? Multiple. Hold on, I think I have it. Multiple user model. Multiple user types. Okay, that's good. Okay, so now they go to here. And this is just going to be easier for created a YouTube tutorial. YouTube tutorial on this topic, official documentation on the topic, and I'm going to explain something else because you're probably wondering, why are you linking to the official? Why did you create? Actually, hold on, I need to actually go there and grab this. So you're probably wondering, why is it that we are sending them to Feldroy, but we're showing the link? Here's why. There's something weird with certain PDF renderers when they're reading PDFs generated by LaTeX compilers. And this has only started happening within the last year or so, where it escapes £. So when someone who has a PDF goes to this link and they're on a Mac, there's a really good chance they're going to go to a 404 page because it's going to escape this and it's going to think this entire thing is the URL instead of this being the URL and this being a anchor to the identifier on the page. So that's why we do this intermediary step. And then here for this right here, because that link shortener for YouTube created an insanely yeah, this is going to be easier for people reading it to parse through. So now we're going to go to simple is better than complex. This is, I think, is Victor Freitas. Yeah, Vitor Freitas, and he's been writing for a long time. Great writer, and he hasn't done anything for a while. I'm guessing that he maybe he's he launched his stuff there, but man, his stuff was so good. Just so impressive, like how clear and concise he was, and he had this super friendly approach. Wow. User, how to implement. This is his approach, which I think our approach is a little bit better, but yeah, I think he did a fantastic job. I don't want, of course I think mine's better, right? But yeah, he's had almost 180,000 views on this. Wow, that's insane, and he really goes deeply into it. So, and in a way that's really accessible to readers. The only problem is that that I find is that Yeah, I think, one of the problems when you're writing articles like this and it looks like he's answering people in Sentry, this is a huge investment in time and energy on his part, and he wasn't, he's not getting paid to do it, so of course he's going to, um, uh, eventually he's gonna just tire out. So, um, I've been meaning to reach out to him and see if there's, maybe, um, something that, you know, we can do, but I don't know. Um, yeah, or I just like to talk to him. I mean, he's so, um, uh, Vitor Freitas's approach as described. Actually, but um, he's not using proxy models here, so I can't really link to it. Oh, I should. Yeah, yeah, I know he does. Yeah, additional resources. Actually, let's change this to be a. We're gonna change this a little bit. Additional resources. Yeah, I should reach out to him. I haven't done interviews. I feel kind of yeah, maybe after this month I'll do it. Just this month is really crazy busy. And I wouldn't be a Codecast, it would be something else cast because the Codecasts are where I get coding done, but maybe I could do like, interview casts, or what would I call that? Or chats, but that's kind of like Django chat. Let's see. Uh, additional resources. And so official. So we go back to Vitor's thing. Yeah. Types. He doesn't use proxy models, but additional resources on multiple user types. But everything else about everything else is very useful. But not, I don't want to say but, he doesn't use very useful article, even if, although he doesn't use proxy models. Okay. And we'll get the inevitable complaint of someone saying, hey, just chatting. That's a good title name. Yeah, just chatting. Or just chatting about code. But yeah. Okay, so Vitor Freitas' article of simple is better then complex. On the topic of multiple user types. Very useful, although he doesn't use even if. I'll just do it. Even if. I have to be honest to my readers. Oh, there is. Well, maybe next maybe next month. Okay, let's build. So speaking of Twitch, my friend Avalon Star, or Brian Veloso, he runs the Avalon Star channel. He is he actually was GitHub's first employee, and he's been around in startups and stuff like that for years. And then he, being GitHub's first employee, I think he retired early, and he's a full-time Twitch streamer, and he worked for Twitch for a while, but he's actually started his own. He is working on his own Twitch competitor now. He doesn't like the lack of enforcement of the code of conduct. There's also the issue that people who are extremely popular but who are, I mean, it's just like the whole YouTube thing. Like, they don't want to punish the people with millions and millions of views, because that brings them money to YouTube. Well, the same thing applies to Twitch, or he feels this way. And so he is starting something called Altair TV. And let's see. Yeah, it's Project Altair. And I'll post it in the stream. But so he's starting to write about it. And Brian, that's his name. God, I haven't seen him in like 7 years. We went to get shabu shabu in Japantown in Los Angeles, and Audrey and I did with him and his wife Jen. So, oh, time really flies sometime. Okay, so let's check and see what we have. Okay, so we have this. Wow, it's like big and ugly. So I'm gonna condense, like, get rid of some of the spaces. I think I don't really have a way around it. That's okay. But this looks good, and maybe I should just link to it, because this is kind of weird. I don't know. I'll think about it. Oh, oops, there's something else I want to look up really quick. Hold on. Trying to see if I can do all my stuff in hotkeys. Except for when files open, they open up on my laptop rather than the monitor. And so look, proxy models. Yay, we have proxy models. Okay, let's add it to the changelog. Whew, that was a bit of work. Updates until this. So updates until, oh my god, it's been way too long. And today is the 6th, so this will probably be going out the 7th. Added multiple user models to the user model chapter. That's a really good question. I typically don't go to PyCon US. We like the smaller conferences. PyCon US has 3,000 plus people, so you kind of wave at people as they walk by, and so we prefer the smaller conferences. So in the past, we've typically gone to 1 or 2 conferences, PyCons around the world. I've now been to every continent except for Antarctica, giving talks and actually keynotes, really, is what we've done for years now. And DjangoCon, we haven't been to them since 2013. the issue there has been either it's taken place when we're already have plans, or um, well, actually, that's been pretty much it. Is that Django cons have typically happened while we've had plans to do something else, or something else comes up with work. So this year we are planning to go to Django Con, probably just for the sprints. And oh, the other problem with Django Con is that for years the talks weren't as deep as we like. So for us, it was, I mean, I guess there's a hallway track and that kind of stuff, but it just seemed like a lot of time and money to go and do something that doesn't help our business at all. One of the things that we've discovered is that our sales inevitably drop during Django cons, just the way things are. I guess because people are focused on that instead of our books or something. We thought about doing DjangoCon this year, of driving down to San Diego, because that's where it's going to take place, and participate in just the sprints because it would be free. So hey, it's cheap. And but they've canceled it, and so that's kind of sad. But it is what it is. If I were gonna go to a DjangoCon, I'd be much more inclined to either go to DjangoCon Europe. The last one we went to was awesome, or actually I was intrigued by DjangoCon Africa. Last year I went to PyCon Africa and it was a blast, and I would like to bring Audrey and Uma along. But again, with the pandemic, it's all remote. And I, rather than submit talks, as I've been asked, hey, can you submit a talk? And the truth of it is that all of my talks, when I submit, my talks get accepted. I'm an author. I'm responsible for a number of important projects within the ecosystem. My talks pretty much always get in. And so what that means is, and then I have to put together a talk, which is like a ton of work, because I'm not like some people who like will go to like 30 different conferences and repeat the same talk for years. Like that's what a lot of the developer evangelists do. They basically do this conference circuit where they give the same talk everywhere. It's all recorded on YouTube, and it's just like, wow, you know, people can just watch this on YouTube. And also the other thing is, and this is important, giving talks can change your life as a software engineer. It can open up doors and gateways. It doesn't change me at all. If I give a talk or if I don't give a talk, if I am looking for work, opportunities will come to me. Being a book author will do that to you, especially the popular book. And also having some major open source work and a reputation, blah, blah, blah. But for developers trying to come up in the world, giving a talk that's highly technical and shows the ability to communicate and also an understanding of technical things can make their career, it can open the door to better jobs. It's certainly, you know, well, working for NASA was really important. So were a number of my early talks. So that's another reason why I hesitate about giving talks, especially at the bigger conferences. At PyCon Africa, I was asked to give talks, like to submit talks, and they're like, oh yeah, your company is a big sponsor of the event, we'll let you in. This is when I was working for this company, and I was like, no, I'll go, I'll support it. I got some big sponsorship, and we sent every African employee there. But I said, I don't want to submit talks and compete against people who might make their career because they get a talk. And if I talk and I take that away from someone, that makes me feel bad. And so my African coworker saying, oh, please, it like makes the conference feel more international. And I was like, you know, this time you know, I didn't even want to give a keynote. And so for me, it was just an event to go and socialize and meet coworkers and advocate and stuff like that. And it was great. But that is one of the reasons why, in general, I don't submit talks. And when I am asked to keynote stuff, I'm actually pretty selective. I will prefer to go to places. Well, so here's what will make me interested in speaking at your conference. For the most part, if I haven't been to your country before, then or I haven't been there in many years, then I am more inclined to give a talk there. You know, travel is awesome. And that is kind of it. And so for example, you know, last year I spoke at PyCon New Zealand. Where else did I speak at anywhere else? I don't know. I'd have to look it up. But now it's hard to track that stuff. Spoke at PyCon New Zealand, and I really do think that is it. So even now I'm being asked to speak at these remote events. There's a Russian event that wants me to speak at them. And I don't know, you tell me. One, if I prep the talk, like if I'm coding here, if I'm putting together videos, that is promoting Python and Django and myself and my company. And to do a video is just the time that I'm making the video, maybe some prep stuff before and clean up afterwards. If I give a talk with slides at, I think it's Pydanny, which is like maybe it's the Ukraine or Russia, I'm not sure. Then I have to put together slides. I have to practice. We're talking hours and hours. I'm already really short on time. So yeah, I'm so yeah, so that's kind of where I'm going with this. But you tell me. I mean, would it make sense for me to submit a talk and give up the time? I mean, might have to cut back on my streaming. Yeah. Sorry, chewing on ice. Okay. I think also my last okay, let's now that I've done this, let's look at well, there's what's this ones for? So let's see what kind of, so up to 443 subscribers, 809 views. I want to be one of those people who has like 100,000 followers. I have this theory that for every subscriber you have on YouTube, it translates to 1% of that translates to sales. So that'd be 1,000 sales. Oh, man, I would be in a good place financially if I could make that happen. I'd be in such a good place. Yeah. My days would be a lot easier. You're welcome. Tell me what I can do better. So I've read that you rank better in the yeah. You rank better if you engage with your users on this. So um uh um inevitably that works, but inevitably but more fields means more stuff to remember. I like keeping things simple and with just one field, either a choice, foreign key, foreign key, key, or many to many field. That's also better database design, or that's also more normalized. That's arguably more normalized too. So I have a fun story about database normalization. I have this I have this instinctive feeling for how to normalize databases. And when I started to work for NASA in 2005, this one manager, she started talking about like third normal form, fourth normal form, and fifth normal form. And she's the one who interviewed me, actually. Well, I just like, what's normalization? And she started laughing at me. And I was like, what's so funny? And she's like, you know what normalization is. Don't play dumb. Don't play stupid. And I was like, what on earth are you talking about? I don't know what normalization is. And she's like, you're asked like serious SQL query questions in your interview. I know you understand normalization. And it's like, I've never heard this word before. And so then she said, well, here, she, this is back in the days before. Well, actually, maybe we did use Google. So I looked it up, and it was everything that I was doing instinctively that I had figured out on a previous job where I got hired as a database administrator, even though I had never really administered a database. And my first design was just really nasty and gnarly, like totally unnormalized. And then when it was causing problems for the system, I rebuilt it, and I instinctively went down a normalized path. And so so then I read up on database normalization. I was like, oh, that's what this is. So that's exactly what I'm doing. So on my own, I created database normalization, but it was all in my head. I didn't have it like written out. Nowadays, I've forgotten what the different normal forms are. It's because it's instinctive. I just know how things are supposed to feel. Okay, so before I get any further and before I dig into GitHub issues for this, what I'm going to do is I'm going to render the entire book. While it is building fine thus far, or it's doing it for this limited subset, it's important that I build the entire thing now, just to make sure that, again, it's LaTeX, it's fragile. Yet more correct grammar fixes. Okay, so actually we haven't done that yet. So let's look at what we have for I don't think we have any. What? Okay, I'll check the Git. I'll go to the GitHub version. I'll sneeze into this, and then I have to wash it. Okay, so here we have 2 Scoops of Django. And wow, people forked it. Are there any pull requests? No. Well, that's kind of disappointing, don't you think? I would love if people... Oh, that's the code. So we're going to look up the issues. Yeah, accessing settings and templates. Oh, this is so embarrassing. All right, let's go down through the... Oops. It's so embarrassing because hold on, I clicked the wrong thing. Audrey see, this is Audrey is making it clear that we shouldn't be dumping the entire settings library into the template. The only thing is that there are sections of Django Crash Starter which rely on this, so digging into this is diving deep into the rabbit hole. Maybe I'll do that the next another day. I want to do somewhat lower hanging fruit after digging up that whole big thing. React is so 2009. There we go. Okay, so this is going to go into our JavaScript chapter. Okay, so see how this we're going to see how many times it's called. It's just called here. So we can do popular JavaScript approaches. New approaches. This older architecture has demonstrated that it remains a viable approach. Yeah, so this doesn't have to change. How do I do? I need to find a quote. Trying to remember where I had a quote that is handy. Okay. I'm looking for a quote example. More forms. Maybe at the top of more forms? No. Oh, here we go. It's a quote. Look at that. So now what we do is what? He doesn't post his name? That's so funny. Okay. Because I can spell his name. Oh no. I need to find like a lowercase version. Oh, you know what? I can use Python. I'm a programmer. Okay, so Python t equals let's actually put a link to it. Oh, I know what to do. Hold on. This is better. I think this will look great. Okay. It's still building. I have really enjoyed uh, Vue.js and Django with DRF. But um, I can't actually. I need to be honest. I've gotten very tired of DRF, and I've used it for many years since almost the beginning, and uh, that's part of why when I build an API for a writer, not I'll start by trying to do it with Fast API. Yeah, it's so powerful. I mean, DRF is really powerful. It's very ubiquitous, but it doesn't make it fun to work with. Oh, as always, this is just going to take a while. Yes, well, the nice thing about Fast API is, I think I've talked about this before, is this guy named Stavros. Like I started to play with using Django models with Fast API and I hacked something together, but he wrote, okay, so yeah, we've been over this conversation before. Excuse me. All right. And then while that's building, wow, it's really taking a while. Okay, let's look up allow tags, since apparently we have a oh, look at that. So I think we get rid of this. Then let's do a proper search. And look, use the one about always using format when adding, yeah, a reference here. Okay. All right, so we're going to put a label here. Sub use format HTML over mark save. All right, so use format HTML when presenting data from users. Okay. Anytime data is presented that that includes HTML tags in the admin HTML tags, use code format HTML to ensure that, let's just make sure that I understand what it does. I mean, I think I do, but okay. To ensure that arguments are escaped before rendering occurs during the rendering process. This is explained more at, and I just created this. Okay, so we're gonna, so format HTML. Okay. All right, so let's pull up the changelog. So moved mention of long deprecated allow tags, property, descriptor, add warning box to use format HTML function for enhancing security. Okay, so oh, that sounds pretty interesting. Wow. Yeah, VS Code, I mean, when you're doing single page apps and you're doing it in VS Code or you're doing serious JavaScript, my goodness, it's such a lovely experience. Yeah, it's exciting. So I think this isn't a, very good. That's better. All right, let's grab this and we're going to we're not going to render it quite yet. I think we're good. Or can I do make tiny? Make tiny should work. What? Make short. Don't I have like a short form of this? Let's see. Make file. And there is short tiny Oh, because it's all been Dockerfied. See, it calls this right here. So there's no short way to do it. That's the only problem with this computer is it's not set up with everything I need there. But that's okay. I'm gonna continue. That was awesome, and his name was Tim McMurrock. Thanks for this awesome ticket. Ship cheese. So it turns out if I do not include ship and cheese in every, oh, that's supposed to be ice cream, but it's okay. If I don't put in these emoticons, people get really worked up. They think, what did I do wrong? Am I going to get my acknowledgements? So I can't stop. Right. Okay, so, all right, next one. So I added the quote. I'm gonna do that as well. Let's see, that actually goes into the change log. Added quote by DHH about the state of JavaScript in 2020. Yeah, I agree. I like to have the response, and it's just kind of funny. Intentionally. Is there any I will submit intently to the authorities. Ha ha ha. Okay. Yep. He's. I know. Oh, I keep doing that. Okay. And if we can get his Ambrose Andrews. What is this? I don't think he's in here. Nope. For that matter, I should make sure that Tim McCrick. Okay, what's next? Variable name in camel case. Uh-oh. What? I actually, hold on. JSON serializers. Wow. Oh, that's really, really interesting. So, I need to think this one through. Is he right? Here, I'll blow it up if you can't read it, and I'm gonna grab a quick snack because I'm hungry. I think I didn't eat enough for lunch. Hold on. Yeah, I'm having to take care of something real quick. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna start the build process. Okay, I'll be back. it. Uh-oh, this isn't good. See, this is why we run it periodically, right? Well, this is unfortunate. Oh, and there's a discussion happening. What are people talking about? Yeah, it's handling. It's returned as a class. I think he's trying to be helpful, but I think it makes it obvious that it's a class because it's uppercase to start with. Oh, this is quinoa. Oh my gosh, this is so. Look at this. I have to find out where. Oh no. All right, we're gonna. Where would this be? Let's just make sure we didn't mess up with the JavaScript. Maybe that's it. All right, time to so we're gonna comment out all the things, and we'll start touching chapters that we had errors in, so we can find them. La la la. Hey, thank you, Finite Singularity. I'll be on for probably about another hour. Just we got to get through this. I mean, I want to get this closer to print. I love coding though. And I actually like doing this. I shouldn't be like, oh, it's hard. I mean, I'm getting to write books and code for a living. I just have to make it sustainable in the middle of a pandemic. Did this freeze? So that's doing that. What I'm gonna go, because we have this, I think it's this one. Packages used in this book. This is something that need to finish updating. So crispy tailwind. That would be, so if you're coming into this stream, Django Crispy Forms is my baby. I started the project back in the day. Right. I don't know if Django floppy forms is maintained anymore. Let's see if it is. So May 19. And see if it looks like it's been released. Yep, okay. Awesome. So that's confirmed working. All right, let's look at front end. Oh, I don't know the answer to this. No. I mean, it's not that I don't want to get political. It's just this isn't the place to do it. And I think these links are like really dead. Yeah, these are dead projects. All right. I don't understand the Yeah, I thought it was JSLint. Or is it ESLint? Yeah, it's on Twitter. What's the popular JSLinter? Hey, logging. Normally I do running commentary about a meeting. Are we... See, the release history, it's been a few years. Oh, this is on Bitbucket. I wonder if this is Mercurial. Okay, we'll keep Sentry. To me, if you're doing Django in production, you should be using Sentry. Okay, so project templates. Let's see. Let's grab third chapter. And all these are still maintained, which is kind of awesome. All right, we're about to. So JavaScript didn't break. Let's see what files have changed. Let's try the admin chapter now. So that's chapter 21. No, it was Bleach still being used. I loved Bleach. I love it. I mean, I really like it. I appreciate the. So last one. Okay, so Bleach is good. Let's well, lots and lots of. Look at that. I found it. It's in the admin chapter that we have the break. So let's go fix that. Insert. So we have always use. So I feel like it's in here. That this is where oh my gosh, right there. See this? That's it. Okay. Yeah, in LaTeX, you just have to escape your underscores. Simple as that. I love quinoa. Just want to say, it's like one of my favorite grains. I'm pulling back so you don't hear me chewing, which is rude on my part. Sorry. Okay. So, where was I? Oh, it's on packages. So, well, that's building. Okay. So let's, a lot of security packages, aren't there? Okay. So Bleach is still maintained. I'm going to include these as I comment them out. I think that's the best way to go. Okay, diffused XML. That should absolutely still be in place, but let's just check and make sure that oh, we're good. In your projects, you should always use diffuse XML instead of the default libraries. Okay, Django auto admin. Oh, this is a neat project. I remember this one. Oh, I hope it's still around. Uh-oh. See some bit rot. Yeah, this is kind of dead. Alright, I'm going to take it out just because there's no guarantee it's going to work. Django admin honeypot. I am almost 100% this is working because I'm friends with the person who maintained it, and I push him to do it so we can include it in the book. Derek Payton. Let's see. I think, because I know he's working on it, we're just going to give him a buy and include it. So this person probably didn't install it. We're just going to include it, and then if necessary, I'll push it over the finish line. All right, Django Axes. What this does is, what Django Axes does is it checks to make sure that you actually have tried to log in. Oh, it's powered by Jazzband. Excellent. So we can include this. Django, excuse me. Django CSP. And this is still being maintained, which is what I thought. See if they have formal releases. It doesn't really, I mean, they should. Yep. Okay. Rate limit backend. Yeah. Huh. Oh, so, oh wow, it's Brutosity. Bruno. I haven't seen him in like 5 years. 6 years. Yeah, there was from 20, I think it was from, there was like about a year and a half where it seemed like Audrey and I kept going to Europe. It was awesome. It was from like the autumn of 2012 to the autumn of 2013. Yeah, there's a year where we just spent, I think is about well over half the year was in Europe, including a 5-month stint just living over there. So wonderful. And we got to go to lots of different places. And I plan to do it with my baby girl someday. So I think that this isn't in place. It's kind of sad because yeah, I think people have tried to push it forward. I'm gonna see if there's like a fork of it somewhere. No, I don't think so. Let's see, there are actually, I take that back. There's a bunch of forks. So I'm gonna see if there's any. Adam Chains did one. If there's anyone else I know. And Tim Graham. He hasn't touched in years. So I think we'll take it out. Okay, it looks like Sasha, this Django restricted sessions is something by Sasha. And she is maintaining it. Awesome. Well, Sasha is pretty awesome in general. So, and her work is always top notch. Okay, Django secure. This I'd be really surprised if this is not oh, so it's merged in. Okay. I don't know why it was. This is in the 1.11 book. People are probably trying to get it to work on their projects. And you know what? I'm kind of dating myself because I Yeah, I'm pretty sure I'm dating myself. That's fair. Because, okay. Let's see. Two-factor auth. Let's check the release history. Oh, yeah. So we're going to Django user sessions. This is a neat project. I've done some pretty awesome things. What it does is it connects sessions to the user model in a way that you can track, and it can be a hit on the database, but if you know you're not going to have too many users, or you're ready to deal with that kind of hammering, then there's really neat things to do. So peep is deprecated. It's been, it's part of pip 8. So let's get rid of it and twine. Okay. And it's heavily maintained. All right. So let's so the book built there. Let's try it again, see if we've broken anything else in any other places. Whew. Man, I am like kind of tired. Being a parent is in the pandemic can be challenging at times. So I met this guy in my neighborhood, and he gave me a cure for COVID-19, and I looked up what he gave me, and it's using something called C60, which I think is some carbon molecule that's infused into olive oil, and there's no proof or anything that it's a treatment for COVID-19, but from what I understand, it can't hurt you, but you're basically drinking olive oil. All right, let's continue. Well, this is building. Testing. Coverage, Django Test Plus, Factory Boy, Model, Bakery, Mock, PyTest, Django Tox. These are all still being used. I think there's now also Vox, which is like a variant of it, or Nox. I want to see before I recommend it, because this is something I used in its early days. So there's a good number of projects that are using it. Oh, packaging.python.org. So it is definitely being maintained. So we can put Nox in. Oops. Okay. So unlike Tox, okay. So for anyone who's here, like, I sometimes think about what I'm gonna do when the pandemic's over and I can travel again, because right now we're under quarantine because we have high risk people in our house. But where do you plan to go? What place excites you? I mean, for me, the whole world, but I was thinking I want to go to Mexico, to either Playa del Carmen, which is nearby Cancun, or Zumtul, which is also nearby there, or one of the other Mexican cities that I haven't visited. I found Mexico outside of Baja California is really different from what I've encountered before. So it's not like the country that you think it is. So having the chance to explore more of, you know, other parts of Mexico is really exciting to me. Um, okay, so let's go back to our. Let me see where else I want to go to. So in 2016, we went to Singapore, and our Singaporean friends said, "Oh, and you'll be bored with Singapore in just a couple days." And what we discovered is that, people often think, oh, there isn't that much to do around here. Well, that's what we realized that our friends in Singapore were doing, is that they were basically telling us their thought on their country. They said, "Oh yeah, there's some really pretty parts, but then you're done." But the thing is while we are in Singapore, there's so much we didn't see that, like, we found out afterwards. And yeah, so going back to Singapore is something that we want to do. It'd be good to go to Africa. That is something else I want to do. To go back there, and not necessarily to Accra and Ghana, but somewhere else. Where else do I want to go? Europe. Haven't been to Europe since late 2013. I've flown over it. Um, I've flown over it, heading in, further on, but I haven't had a chance to. I should be doing this on PyPI, right? So that's something else I want to do. So Django social auth. Oh my goodness, wow, it is so dead. Um, it is really really dead. So we're gonna take out Django social. Oh, so it's Python social auth. Okay, let's see if Python social auth is still a project. Um, let me see. So Python social auth is kind of. So they call it social core. Um, and there's this hipster dude. So let's social core. Okay, so we're gonna link to the GitHub repo just so it's easier to understand. I'm so sleepy. My daughter's sleep schedule's all weird right now. Okay, Django registration. Wow, that's been around for a while. That is like the original registration open source package for Django, and he's still maintaining it. Okay. Space views. Let's see what we have. So Django braces, I know, is still a thing. And then Django vanilla views. Let's see if you know. So last release is on. So that's good. Time. Um, Python date util. Okay, that's good. Okay, and then pytz. I can't imagine that it wouldn't be. All right, and then one package that Audrey's been using that she told me to put in is pendulum. She's like saying you need to put pendulum in everything, and I'm like, I don't have time. Hey, that's a phrase I like to use, like made easy. Okay, so we're gonna also the name is okay. Okay, now we just have miscellaneous. Let's do it. So close to being done. Okay, so awesome Slugify. Is that project still going? I wrote this blog post about it like from years ago. Oh, it's dead. So we're gonna take it off. And then, but before I do that, I also have to look for other instances of it. Oh no. Ugh. Okay, so DJ Stripe. Actually, let's see. What are people using instead of it? You know, I should know this. Can type. Oh wow! I just noticed I actually have people who are following. Yeah. Joey, I've had cheese flavored ice cream in the Philippines. There's a lot of things I love about the Philippines. I love ube ice cream. I love halo halo. Chicken adobo, especially when sugar is not added to the dish, is an amazing expression of probably the best expression of an adobo sauce in the post Spanish imperial world. What I cannot stand though is cheese flavored ice cream. Just you guys went wrong there. Sorry, I said it. I know I'm gonna hear it if this ever gets out. I'm gonna hear it from people, but I've tried it, can't do it. Just, ugh. Yeah, you did. That's right. Okay, so they're using Python Slugify. Okay, let's just check the release date. By the way, when I was last there, which was New Year's of 2015, I was in we for our honeymoon because we had honeymoon a year afterwards. Audrey and I spent a couple days at this resort on Manila Bay. Can't remember the name of it, but they had this buffet and they had the cheese room, and in the cheese room they had all these European cheeses, and they also had a Filipino cheese from the highlands nearby Cebu, and it was a blue cheese. And basically, cheese culture across Asia is becoming a big thing. Like in China, they have. Oh yes, I do like, I do like bibingkan. Um, but this cheese was like something that you expect to get out of France, and it was good. It wasn't. I mean, the European cheeses that they had there were better, but when I looked it up, and discovering that gourmet cheese culture in the Philippines is recent, and they grow it in the highlands because you can't have the goats, I guess, in a really warm environment, so they're higher up, and with the higher altitude, it's cooler. It's like when you see the beautiful rice paddies that's from the Philippines. That's an area, the real highlands of the Philippines, where it's like 70 degrees Fahrenheit year round, or maybe 75 degrees Fahrenheit. And so anyway, that I thought was pretty awesome. So this is Python Slugify. We're updating this. And the homepage is copy link address. And the thing is, this article is so old, it's just dead. But anyway, if you get a chance, Joey, oh, sorry about that, Ezregal. How are you doing, by the way? The Python Slugify, and now I need to have. So I had a. Need to find. Let's see if we can go to this. All right, that's good enough. And then here in the packages, miscellaneous, we have. I meant to comment this out. So as I work. Wait a second. Where is awesome? So I need to convert this, is what I need to be doing, not deleting it. And then if we're going to alphabetize that, that goes into PyAML. Okay, so how are we dealing with yeah, it's a really chaotic file. How are we doing the quarantine? It's challenging because we have to be careful. We have someone who has really bad asthma in the house, so there is no leaving. There's no basically leaning on other people to do stuff like help with childcare, and so it's just me, Audrey, and Uma, and food wise, we're fine. Our house, our house is in pretty good shape right now, so it's a ongoing fun effort, I guess. DJ Stripe, wow. That's another project I started. See if it's being updated. Yep. So here's my like DJ Stripe. I built it. It's actually a fork of another project. So I didn't come up with the idea. And these days, actually, when I do stuff with things like Stripe, I try to like put everything I can onto other tools rather than uh, using Node under the hood. So yeah, I mean, physically everything is fine, but there's all the fact that like Matharoni here, like we are from like we knew each other through capoeira and Brazilian jiu-jitsu. Those are things that I can't do, and um, I miss the physical activity, and yeah, so it is it is what it is, right? So right, so that works. Django pipeline, is that still maintained? Yep, still maintained. That's another jazz band. I should have seen it's jazz band. Okay, HTML. Why do we have that when there's? Is this a wrapper? Well, you know, I'll just leave it in Django reversion. This is truly a venerable project. And he's still maintaining it. Look at this, 10 years ago. And we use it in Django packages. That's how when we're trying to track down who changed what, because especially when you have spammers creeping in sometimes. Django Watson. Okay. Ian Vider. Oh, look. Oh, so I moved. Hold on. Where is it? I'm gonna see if I can move this a little bit so I can just realize I was leaning forward, and no wonder why my back's kind of hurting. Okay, so I think we'll just leave it in if necessary. Take out flake8, pathlib. We don't need to include pathlib. Pip tools will include that because some people are really religious. PyYAML will include it. Python request. And then Silk. Is Silk still a thing? It looks like. Okay, so Silk is still a thing. Wow. Okay, let's build this baby. I'm just gonna build this one. Wow. So I think the book's about to shoot up in length, because we added that big section to the user models, and then opening this up because yeah, it's kind of scary with the pandemic because I know people are opening up and some people saying, "Oh, it's not a big deal," but now, like I think Georgia just declared a state of emergency, and Joey and I have friends who, our martial arts school has reopened, and while Joey and I we've elected to play it safe because we have family whose um, health and in some cases livelihood depend on them not getting sick. So we see our friends doing this. So I know it's a concern for both of us, and yeah. And I know it's hard for businesses like who have like a retail presence. Um, I actually have found training with doing the online training for jiu-jitsu has been pretty good. But I do miss my friends, and I understand it's starting the business. Yeah. Hey Fabio, how's it going? I definitely can see your point. There's something to be said about concrete tables that it can make searches faster and easier. So, who knows? Maybe we'll build something with simple history. Excuse me. Gonna close some of these windows. Wow, we got through this. I've been dreading that one, but it's like to go through all those packages. But when you all, my Twitch family, are there in my corner, it's able to conquer whatever I was feeling, and yeah. Oh, look at this. Hold on. So on Twitter, if you remember, I posted that, hey, what are the cool kids using? ESLint. I don't care about TypeScript. So, okay. Here, I'm going to go off on a tangent. Let's pull up my channel. Pull up YouTube really quick. And, oh, look. I got more subscribers. Yay! Not many people liking the new video. So this is a new the Codecast number 5. There's some things about it that I did that I wish I hadn't. Like I have an intro and then an intro, which doesn't make sense. Whereas this, there's the funny goofiness of the beginning. Have you all seen this? How it starts? Yeah. I don't know if you can play, if you can. Well, if you haven't, like, here I am. Audrey comes in. You can see her shirt is broken. I don't know if you can hear this. And then, like, I'm trying to hold it in. I'm starting to laugh. Like, really fighting, just laughing. Okay. And now, and what comes up next is my intro video that I put together, which has like the best theme song in existence. I don't know if you can hear that. Isn't that like just sheer genius? And what's important though is that as the music plays, like my ego grows. Okay. All right. Enough of that. Let's get back to what we're doing. I just love that intro. But Codecast number 5. Hold on, I'm going to show you real quick. So Codecast number 5, on the other hand, I'll bring it all the way back here. And so that's one intro. And now I toss in slides. You can't even see me for like 5 minutes. So no wonder there's only 67 views. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to like cut off the beginning of this and just, part of this is learning what works and what doesn't. And I don't think that worked very well at all. All right. So it looks like it built. Okay, and look at that. So we have many pages. Awesome. And I'm going to get rid of that header. Look at that. Yes. Okay, so it's 5:47. What I'm going to do is I'm going to build the entire book, and in theory I'm supposed to be logging off in about 15 minutes. Okay, so well, that's building. One of the things, if you haven't figured it out yet, that I'm working on is with my short form tutorial. I am going to be making some more of those, and for now, I'm going to be exploring some of the things I covered today, which is multiple user models in Django. So look forward to that, and that's that's a pretty big deal. And um, uh, and then if those tutorials do well, then what I'm going to be doing is you're going to see me working on them somewhat on this channel, just because this is the sort of thing that I mean, at the end of the day, oh wow, someone just followed. Rosenthal, thank you for the follow. So yeah, at the end of the day, I have to support my family, myself, and my company, and pay the bills. So if the short form tutorials get more views and that leads to more sales in our store, then I have to do that. And the the casts, these codecasts have done pretty well at that, but just want to make sure that all of us here at Feldroy get paid and taken care of, especially through the course of the pandemic. Um, uh, and yes, I could get a job working for someone else instead of doing the things that we're doing, but honestly, I think I would prefer to work with Fabio, who's here in the channel, and also create stuff. And if I get enough traffic and business, then really jump back into the world of open source. And because I haven't been able to do open source simply because it doesn't pay. It's not because I don't want to. It's just that when a billion-dollar company uses your open source software, but then you make like $20 or $30 a month between GitHub and Patreon sponsors, you kind of have to reevaluate what you're doing, especially when you're seeing your savings, start going down, especially in the, well, actually, that's only happened with the pandemic. But the point is that my hope is that if I get enough traffic through YouTube, it's another search engine, and it can drive business to feldroy.com and Right or Not. Once we get that launched, I was hoping to work on it today, but have to really get some work done on Two Scoops of Django. So just kind of giving you sort of a high level overview of why we do what we do, and why I'm part of why I'm posting to YouTube. But what's really interesting is everything that I am posting to YouTube is done live. So if you see my intros, if you see, where I'm like, yeah, this is Codecast number 6, blah blah blah, that's actually live on Twitch, and then I download the recording. I have to do that. If I just do a recording, like I freeze up. I can't do it, and that explains why I've never been able to do something like Udemy. I think I need a live audience. Oh, you know what I forgot to do? Because looking at that, they were talking about ESLint, because I went off on my tangent. Front end. So we'll have to run it again. ESLint. And we will find, next time we'll do a I'll have to start this book up again. So besides, I mentioned Mexico. Going to Brazil again would be nice. It'd be cool to hang out with Fabio. Philippines would be good. Singapore. I'm trying to think of places I haven't been though. I haven't spent I spent just oh, thank you, Ronald. I appreciate that. I very much you can if you hit the heart and you're in the Twitch thing, that'd be great. Um uh yeah, thank you. I appreciate it. Um oh, this is near the end of this stream. I'm trying to think where else would I like to go. So I've only spent a day in Germany and France each, so it'd be nice. Oh, you did. Oh, thank you. That's right. You I think I saw that. If I check my mini feed, I can probably spot your name. Um, uh, so I'd like to spend some time in Germany and France. I've been Spain outside of Barcelona would be good. More Africa. Vietnam would be awesome. Indonesia, Malaysia. There's so many interesting countries I'd love to visit. Um, just talking about when the pandemic's over, where I'd like to travel to. Oh, when I go there, I want to eat all the ice cream and cheese there and try out local varieties. I love doing that. All right, so this is still building. Well, this is awesome that we got this. Since what is being loaded is a class, not a variable, we believe it is better suited to stay as it is. Otherwise, people may attempt to call JSON response as a function. JSON serializer. When it is a class. Yes, I would love to do that. So when I was in 2014, I went to Brazil for Python Brazil, the big PyCon there. And I met Fabio there. That's Luz FCB. And he'd been working with us on Cookie Cutter Django and other open source stuff for at least a year at that point. And, he had engaged in debate, had discussions with us. He had resolved people when people got angry about stuff. He was the one who came in and resolved things. It was awesome. And we met him, and I started talking to him, and he's like, I don't speak English. And mind you, because we'd only talked to him through GitHub issues and maybe an email or two. And it turns out that Fabio at that point had mastered the art of Google Translate. And I guess he knew enough English that he could clean up things a little bit. And so we actually did some coding there where we're communicating in Google Translate. It was awesome. So that was Fabio before he could speak, read, and write English. And something else that happened there, I actually trained up my capoeira pretty hard for that because I'm like, oh, I'm going to Brazil. It's the home of capoeira. And when we landed there, hey, we're going to take you to a capoeira class, but I was on no sleep and I wasn't feeling well. So I was like, I can't do it. I'm going to get sick. I won't be able to give my talk. But then after the last day of the conference, at the end of it, we went to someone's house where they're having this big party. And in capoeira, when it's your birthday or you have a special event like you get engaged or you have a baby, they celebrate by having you play everyone in the circle or the roda. And it's exhausting because you have to play everybody and they're trying to tag you because it's kind of funny. And so because I guess they knew that I did capoeira, they had me play everyone. And so, or everyone wanted to play me. So I think I played, and I had been training up because I was like, oh, I wonder if this is going to happen. And it did. And, uh, uh, well, of course you're not there. We're in a pandemic, Joey. So I played everyone. It was exhausting. I remember the best person came like at the end, and he was, I was so tired at that point, and I was like, okay, I can't like let him show me up, and I had figured out how to do L kicks, and I had restricted what I had eaten, so as light as possible. And I forget what I did, but I landed funny, and part of the circle that we were playing in had. By the way, if you haven't done capoeira, um, until you really get used to it or get in shape, playing just one or two people for a couple minutes is gonna wipe you out. You're gonna be so tired. So to play like a celebration circle against everybody there, sometimes more than once, is unbelievably tiring. So anyway, I came down kind of funny on this concrete edge of the patio because we were on the grass and I guess it was on the edge, and I chipped the bone in my right foot on the edge of the blade. And so yeah, I broke my foot playing capoeira, just a chip, right, in Brazil. So that's when everything is said and done and I'm on my deathbed and I'll be looking back, I'll be like, yeah, I played everyone at Python Brazil and I broke my foot. So uh so Meep 13, thank you so much for the follow. I do appreciate it. Right now we're building 2 Scoops of Django. It's rendering slowly. If for those of you who don't know what 2 Scoops of Django, I'm gonna do since we have just a few minutes left. Oh, it's done. Oh, I can show you the book. So 2 Scoops of Django is it is a book that is the best practices for the Django web framework. It is over 10 years of tricks and tips and neat things you can do with Django, plus how to build things in a maintainable way. It is authored by myself and my wife, Audrey Feldroy, and it is a big book. It is now up to 461 pages. When this edition is done, it'll hit 550 pages. This is the guide for writing Django. If you're still a beginner in Django, if you're just learning, this book isn't for you. This is a book for people who are past tutorials and starting to build real projects. So if you want over 500 pages of excellently written, if I may say so, and useful material on how to build Django projects, then you can do no wrong by getting 2 Scoops of Django. Where can you buy it, you ask? You can go to feldroy.com, feldroy.com, and it's right there on the first page. Just scroll down, add it to the cart. You should get 100 copies of it. If you buy that many for you and your friends, we do have site licenses. So you can buy a site license for just up to 250. No one's bought this, by the way. People bought this one, so if you want to buy for you and your close circle of friends, you can get a site license for $250, and you should buy. But really, what you should be doing to make my life better is buy 10 of the 250 person site license. It's just a mere. It's only $50,000. For $50,000, you can give 2,500 software engineers the ultimate guide to building projects in Django. I laugh too much, and these commercials make it worthwhile. More seriously, if you're a beginner, we're offering the Django Crash Course, the live edition. This is us actually doing a walkthrough with it. It's self-directed, so if you want to go ahead of us, that's fine. And if you get stuck, Fabio will be around, and we'll try to get a couple others to help you pass whatever obstacles holding you back. And it also give you access to our forthcoming online forums that will be standing up. You will get lifetime access to that. These are moderated forums. We will kick out trolls and people who are generally abusive because, well, this isn't about them. It is about you and that you are supporting us. So that is my commercial break. And then I'm really happy that this built successfully. That means that later today, I can do an update of the book and send that out. But it is 6:02 p.m. If you, I think that's it. If anyone has any questions, I love questions before I go. I mean, well, I love questions throughout my talk, but if any of you have questions that you want to ask about me, about life, about Django or Python or JavaScript, then please ask. Why? I guess I write up a commit description. So I'm gonna modify the changelog. Okay, so this adds, see how many pages this actually is adding to. So I think the last update was 446. So, and this brings us up to so this adds 15 pages. This update adds 15 new pages to 2 Scoops of Django, bringing us up to 461. Yay! Okay, so out of being updated mode. No questions? Come on, ask me something. All right, let me ask you a question. We'll see how many people are actually listening or just watching TV while they're while they're listening. Yes, you are getting an update tomorrow, maybe even tonight. I'd love to do it now, but I have to. Actually, I could probably do it now. Let's. So Hugh here wants me to do it right now. Part of it I can't do on the screen because I have to access our Shopify store, and there's some there's privacy issues where I could accidentally display people's emails and addresses, so I can't. Also, the send out, which is how we distribute the products. So part of it will just be me talking through it, so that way I protect people's information. But I would love to do it. Let's do it now. All right, and today is the, oh, I want to make sure that I have the right. Ling, today did it build for, so built for the 7th, and then let me just check packages used in this book. Whoa, that's such a nasty table. There we go, ESLint. Oh, goodness me. I need to update this. Blah. Okay, well, I need to rebuild the book. Because, let's see, yeah, it should have built. Packages EO. Why did it not? E to O. Oh, you know why? Because see how it's ESLint. Okay. There. Okay. So You know what? It's good enough for now. Give status. Update for July 7th, 2020. And I'll probably be working on this for the next few days. What app am I in? This is VS Code that I'm in. No, every version of Two Scoops of Django is a new purchase. Hey, Night Signal, I thought you were like off to work. So first of all, Giardiati, I think is that how I say? This is Visual Studio Code with the LaTeX extension. Two Scoops of Django is written in LaTeX. Finite Singularity. No, we charge for each individual book. It's just it's as you can see, this is a huge amount of money. So it's a huge amount of time investment on our part to go through all this. So we have to charge for new versions. We cannot, if we gave updates off for free, we would go broke. We wouldn't go broke. We just wouldn't do the updates. We'd just be like, oh, can't make money doing this. We can make anyway. Okay, so let's do move screen.pdf to PSD, and then this is 07.pdf. Is that it? Oh, and I need to append it with alpha. That's right. Move TSD 7. Okay, thank you for understanding it. Having been in open source and getting yelled at because we've like not given away like this book for free for years. We've gotten like, you should give it away for free. Knowledge is meant to be free, and it's like, okay, so yeah. So I'm not gonna go too far down that rabbit hole of a rant, but at the end of the day, we need to eat. And I've been at this for 4 hours, and there's still so much left to the book to get done. Hey, how's it going, Antidotus? Did I say your name right? Oh, you have written a book, Finite Singularity. We can, but I'm going to be I'm in the middle of updating. I'm not for long on this stream, but if you want to ask, then myself and the other people here in the stream might be able to help you. Okay, so oh wow, Finite Singularity, you should link us to the book, like on Amazon or wherever you are selling it. Okay, so we have so over here, the reason I'm looking to the side is because I am pulling up our e-commerce store that I can't show you the internals of. Okay, good. We just hit, it is 6 p.m. my time. We just made, we broke the barrier to staying on target for like actually not losing money today in sales, which is good. We haven't been doing it that much. Okay, so now let's see. We're gonna. What am I looking for? Yeah. Let's see. It is. I'm so blanking. I'm like so sleepy. Oh, changelog. Let's do. You know what? I have two options. I can either use Shopify and write books and do Django projects that I really want to do, or I could build it out in Django using whatever platform or rolling it from scratch. And that's basically all I would do. I probably wouldn't be writing books or coming up with things that I care about. So That's why we use an e-commerce platform. It's just we want to do other things, and like making a store that also gives us discounts on shipping and other things is just so much work. So I like to use GraphViz. Are you familiar with GraphViz, Antidotus? This is what I like to do. And so I think you can do some in SVG, which then you can display. So, and there's ways to make it pretty. That's what I would do. I don't know if you're familiar with that. Okay, so here, what I'm doing right now is I am uploading. Oh, we should actually include the image for this. I'm uploading today's rendered file, TSD 3.x. We're gonna do date added is, here we go. Look at that. I am uploading the new version of Two Scoops of Django, what I've been working on all day. Did that? Thought I did. I clicked that. Okay. Well, oh, that's right. It uploads then. Yes. So we're not going to send out the notice that it's been updated yet. And then I can look for, what did I just do? TSD3 PDF. And then I have, oh, then this is in a bundle. These are the site licenses. Not that people have bought the site license yet, but when they do, actually they bought the 10-person site licenses. Okay, so okay, so this is where we'll actually send notification of our update as well as this. And okay, so I don't need to do it because this is for, so I need to send out for this and this, and I think there's a bundle also, the bundle. Like we called it the learning pack or something, mega learning pack. That's it. Okay, so I'm going to be sending it the email update to these three. But before I do that, I need to do a code extraction. I think it is. Congratulations, you got the $5 on royalty and sales. You did it. You're a published author, Finite Singularity. Okay, so what I just did is I ran this script called Python extractor, and all it does is it extracts all the code examples that are in the book. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to cd over to where is it? TSD public, that's what I call it. Okay, and then I'm going to get rid of the current code library and then copy over the one from the private repo. And then also copy over the changelog. Awesome. So you can see that we've got all, show you guys, so you can see a little bit better. Ugh. So Antidotus, I don't know if it works with drag and drop logic. I just noticed that is one of your requirements, to doing drag and drop logic. I don't believe so. So you're Chadi, I think is how we say your name. Actually, I'm not writing. Actually, I'm doing some writing and I'm editing it real time here. Yes, I found that doing so helps keep me focused. I tend not to check on. I almost never check on social media when I'm streaming, or I don't know, or I just in general I'm more focused when I'm streaming, and also talking through sometimes some hard problems is nice. It's so, and since with Two Scoops of Django, we need to get it past the alpha into the beta status. That's why we're doing that. Yeah. There we go. Now I can see my stream a little bit better. All right, so git add code update for 2020 07 07. Okay, git push. Oops. Well, you should come to the live online Django crash course, Tony. You can do it. I mean, Joey. All right. And awesome. So now we've got it updated inside of the application. Now I just need to write an email letting people know. So the big change, this update adds 15 pages to the book, focusing on the following. Let's see. Let's see. We have focusing on the following. Appendix B, I think, is it? Open TSD. Hold on. Open TSD 7. And if we look at the table of contents, I can't remember which appendix it is. It is packages mentioned in this book. Appendix A, packages mentioned in this book. And then we also have, in addition to that, we have, so there's Appendix A, and then Appendix, appendix, dealing with the user model, specifically handling multiple types. I'm going to take this out, the saying that we have development teams available, because no one's biting on that. Okay, so we have trying to think if I should mention anything else. Check out Daniel's tutorial on implementing implementing multiple user model types on YouTube. Okay, so let's pull that up. So we have a whole chapter dedicated to GraphQL that we're working on. Cloudflare workers is kind of outside the scope of what we're doing. Also, I don't use them, so even if I did and I've wanted to use them, I think there's some great things to be done with it. I personally haven't had the chance to work with Cloudflare workers, so can't really help you there. But the GraphQL stuff, yes, that is coming. All right, I think that's good. So this update adds 15 pages of book, focusing on the following. Let's maybe more so 2 scoops of Django 3.x, focusing on the following: dealing with the user model, specifically handling multiple types. Appendix A, packages mentioned in this book. Got rid of the trailing period because the other one doesn't have it. As always, you can read the full changelog on GitHub. Check out Daniel's Bing tutorial on multiple user model types on YouTube. If you submitted issues at this repo, they've been accepted, but you haven't been included in the acknowledgements, please email us. It's extremely important to us that everyone who contributes gets proper attribution. Okay, perfect. Now let's when we send out, now I'm gonna send out the updates. I'm gonna reset download validity so people can get it a second time. And let's do it. There we go. You know what, Fabio? We should like script this so I don't have to do that. I know that Sendal has an API. Just saying. Okay. So that's it. The update is sent. Let's see. So Geocarta, I can show you what we have with the I'll do it in the book. All right. So I mean, there isn't really that much yet about it yet. It's pretty short. Where's it? Building GraphQL. Part of why I'm streaming is so I can get stuff like this done. So, wow, the table's so ugly right now. So we actually have a decent amount. Yeah, so it's actually not bad. It's not done. There's still versioning the API, custom authentication schemes. Ooh, we nearly got cut on that, and then shutting things down. So we have we definitely have, let's see, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 pages. I'll probably be another few pages, and then but we'll probably polish and expand it over time. One of the unfortunate truths is creating GraphQL APIs in the Python world is kind of a pain. It is what it is. All right, so it is now 6:25. I've gone 25 minutes past when I normally go, but thank you so much, everyone, for being here. Again, if you like this, please follow and subscribe. Follow and or subscribe. If you are on YouTube, also like or follow and subscribe there. And if you really want to be, if you want to like support more of this and get to watch me actually code on real working projects, then you can go to feldroy.com. That supports me, Fabio, and several other people doing stuff. So take care. I'm going to